Am I audible? Can anybody just write in the comment section, in the chat section actually? Thank you. I'll wait for 20 minutes to let people join. Yeah, is the voice now clear? Is the background noise gone? Or is it still there? Actually, I tried that noise gate thing. So my voice was actually changing a lot. I'll experiment with that later. So hi guys, good evening. I hope you can hear my voice clearly. Guys, use the chat section. So guys, I'm going to start with the Fyers automation. Okay, I'll be building the Fyers API from the very start till the very, till live deployment of the code basically. Okay, so we'll start by creating the API. Okay, app secret and whatever these things are, app ID and app secret, and then we'll go on to basically let me write it down first of all. So we'll start by creating the Fyers app. Okay, Fyers app. Then we have to actually log in into the Fyers using our code. Okay, so login into Fyers. So the next target would be to basically, I mean, deploy our hypothesis. Okay, so in this case, our system is basically straddle shorting. Okay, suppose we take time somewhat 9:45 a.m. or 9:50, whatever time. Okay, and we the entry time is basically the 9:45 a.m. Okay, so is everything going right? Okay, so suppose the entry time is 9:45 a.m. the the exit time is also decided from very beginning. Okay, so the exit time is suppose 3 or basically 15:15, okay, p.m., or basically remove this. Okay, and the exit criteria is basically either the time exit, okay, or the stop loss exit. Okay, stop loss exit, that would be 20% per leg. Okay, that standard thing that is going on. Okay, so this is basically the hypothesis, okay, that we'll be executing. We will first of all log in into our account. Okay, so what will happen is, whatever happens during a normal trading day. Okay, you wake up. Okay, you basically log in into your account, then whatever your hypothesis is, you basically apply that on your account. Okay, so all those basically rules will be followed, and that will be just automated using this basically Python code. Okay, and so the time is actually 7:02, and we'll start with the Fyers app creation. Okay, so let me start. Okay, so first of all we'll go to the API doc. Okay, so this is the Fyers API documentation. Okay, that we'll use in order to create a basically the complete order management system for Fyers. Okay, so first of all let's just go on to our API dashboard. Okay, so Fyers API dashboard. Okay, so this is basically the Fyers API dashboard. Whenever you log in, into the API dashboard, you will be seeing this page. Okay, so what Fyers has done is they have released a second version of their API. Okay, and in this version they are also going to actually provide the historical data as well as the WebSocket for free. Okay, so in the upcoming months, might be, next month, might be August end. Okay, so they'll be rolling out their this complete free, okay, free of cost. So we are going to actually do this on the second version. Okay, so let me just create an app. Okay, so create an app. We'll go to the create an app, and then app name, suppose entirety. Okay, the redirect URL. Okay, so I'll currently take this as the 127.0.0.1. Okay, the description I can take it as entirety live stream. Okay, so for webhooks we don't need any webhook. Okay, or if you are familiar with the Tradetron basically thing, they use webhook. Okay, so basically what you need is, actually you need to allot some kind of URL and the secret to basically, you need to give some kind of suppose let me show you. You have done something like this, entirety dot text, suppose. Okay, slash, the URL can be for cancelled orders, cancel equal to 1. Okay, so this will be allotted to your basically kind of URL, something like that. Okay, I'm just giving a basic idea. Okay, so this is kind of something, webhook kind of. Okay, so we don't actually need this webhook, since we are developing the complete OMS on our end, on our Python, using Python. Okay, so let's just remove this. Okay, and what are the permissions we need in our app? Okay, so app permissions, basically we need the transaction info, the order placement and everything. Okay, profile details, everything. So I accept the API usage. Okay, and I'll create the app. Okay, so user app already exists. Okay, a lot of apps are there actually. So we'll copy these app ID and the app secret. Okay, so let me just copy it down to here. Okay, so first of all, app underscore ID equal to this, and the app secret okay. So this is basically, not a good idea to save your credentials. Okay, first of all, I'll teach you guys how you can basically save your credentials in the right manner. Okay, so there is a library in the name of config parser. Okay, so let's just import that, config parser. Okay, so in config parser we'll import the module config parser, and we'll assign some config kind of variable to this, and in that, okay, so let me show you just an example. What are we going to do actually? So this is the credential.ini. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm creating an app like this. Okay, creating a credential.ini file like this. Okay, wherein my this is actually the section part. Okay, the Fyers section. I can have numerous kind of, I can have, suppose, zerodha over here. Okay, zerodha over here, and the basically whatever you can say, alice blue. Okay, whatever, numerous you can have sections. Okay, and under those sections we'll assign values. Okay, like this, the key and its value. Okay, so key is basically the app ID, and value is basically the app IDs, whatever is generated by that. Okay, so similarly for the user ID and the password, the 2FA, everything. Okay, so in a similar way, how this file was generated, we are doing that actually. Okay, so I actually don't know if, yeah. Okay, so what exactly is the redirect URL? Okay, so redirect URL is basically a URL on which the basically the whenever we post a just let me show you. So I'll basically demonstrate in the upcoming part. Okay, so any other question? Yeah, so I'll show that. Okay, so right now I'm creating the basically credentials part. Okay, so let me just create config of Fyers. Okay, so I have assigned or basically made a section in the name of Fyers. Okay, with app credentials. Okay, so app underscore id is to basically the this part, or we can also write the app id as well. Okay, the app secret. Okay, the app secret as this. Okay, the redirect URL. Okay, as https the other things can be are basically the user ID, or basically suppose anything, uh, whatever. Okay, and similarly the password and the 2FA. Okay, so we will, okay, so what is wrong over here? The which part? App secret. App secret. Oh, sorry, comma is missing. Okay, so we'll now basically save this. Okay, so with open, we'll basically assign a name to the document or ini file. Okay, so credential.ini. Okay, with write as config file. This is the syntax actually. So config.write of config file. Okay, so if we'll check that file, just let me show you. So okay, close without saving, and let me just reopen this. So these are the new allotted values. Okay, so if you can check on this, the app ID is now changed to this, the app secret is now changed to this. Okay, the redirect URL is same, the Yash 9008. Okay, if we change any value over here, suppose we change whatever. Okay, so we'll save this and save that. Okay, let me just reopen or reload this. Okay, so value is changed over here. Okay, so this is basically a pro, you can say, level kind of thing. Okay, so a way to save your credentials. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll basically access our credentials. Okay, first of all, so we will basically do is config.read just credentials.ini or credential.ini basically, and config section. So basically what happened here is this created an basically object kind of okay thing for this credential.ini file inside this. Okay, so if we try to access, if we try to just see sections out of that, okay, so we'll see that Fyers is there. Okay, so one section was there, Fyers. And what will now happen is we want to see the keys, okay, the app id, this app secret we just saved over there in that file. Okay, so what we can do is for key in config dot, I mean basically section files. Okay, okay, print key. So these are the keys, okay, the app id, the app secret, redirect url, the user id. Okay, so config of Fyers of basically the app id. Okay, so if we just do this, our app id should be visible. Okay, so this is the app id we just allotted a while ago. Okay, now this is a demo. Okay, I mean this is basically for, I haven't used my real credentials over here. Okay, so I'll change this to credentials. Okay, and now we'll have the all the app id, app secret, redirect url, user id, password 2FA. Okay, everything was over here. So first of all we have got the credentials. Okay, we have got the credentials to log in into the Fyers platform. Okay, so what our next objective is to basically open the Fyers platform. Okay, so open the Fyers platform in Python. Okay, for that we have to use this API doc. Okay, their API doc, and in this doc we'll go through this Python part. Okay, so there is one curl, the Python and the node. Okay, so we'll go with Python. In the Python part we'll start by exploring the first. Okay, first over here we, I mean this app generation I have already shared with you guys. Okay, the next part is the requests. Okay, so first of all we'll install the we'll install the Fyers basically package. Okay, so let's just copy this and let's just run this over here. Okay, so I have already installed this. Okay, so let's just now check. Okay, so these are the two basically libraries or modules we'll need to do our operations. Okay, so I have, see, everything is mentioned in the API docs itself. Okay, so API doc is basically their manual for their API actually. Okay, so any questions till now? Okay, okay, am I making sense, guys? Please use the chat section. Guys, I'm waiting for your response. Yeah, I'll try to show this. Okay, I'll try to show trailing stop loss, but it can't be actually implemented in this kind of situation where we are in not in live market. But I'll basically share with you the basically the operation behind it, how we'll approach that trailing stop loss. Okay, so yeah, now what we'll do is we'll simply uh, log in. I mean, we'll use this session part. Okay, so let's just copy this. Okay, so we are basically going to create a session. Okay, so what is our client ID over here? Okay, So client ID over here is basically the app ID. Okay, so we can actually see it over here. The everything is written over here, okay, in the manuals itself. Okay, so client ID is basically, this is the app ID which you have received after creating the app. Okay, example QWERT hyphen 100. Okay, so we'll basically assign the app ID, okay, over here. So config of Fyers. Okay, so it is working. And now oh config of Fyers, okay, of basically the app ID. Okay, similarly secret key. Okay, so basically this is the app secret, or basically app underscore secret. Okay, what happened? What happened? Oh, okay, some problem. Maybe you going to. Okay, so app secret. Okay, and then followed by the redirect URL. Okay, the response type. Okay, okay, so let's just see what is response type. So response type here is, this is value, this value must always be code. Okay, so we'll allot that. Okay, so response type should be code. Okay, the grant type. Okay, so grant type, or basically it should be here somewhere. Yeah, so grant type of a string is basically, the value must always be authorization code. Okay, so we'll assign that. And these state and everything is not required actually. Okay, so if we can see over here the scope. Okay, it is basically saying this is an optional field. Okay, nonce is also an optional field. Okay, so we can actually ignore that part. Okay, and over here, so we have generated a session. Okay, and out of this session we'll yeah, so there is one line to basically generate the auth code. Okay, so we'll do that now. Okay, so let's just check the response. Okay, so for the first time, okay, since we are logging in, I mean using this basically API for the first time, this basically the app secret and everything. Okay, so what we'll do is, we'll do this manually. Okay, and for the rest of the times, I mean for the rest of the entirety of the basically our algorithmic trading journey, we'll basically be logging in without this. Okay, I mean everything will be automated. Okay, so let's just do this. We'll paste the code over here, and as you can see, entirety is requesting access to your account, continue to grant entirety access. Okay, so this is basically a one-time process. Okay, so we'll accept the API usage terms and conditions and continue as mine. Okay, so after that an auth code is actually appeared over here. Okay, so this is the auth code. Okay, we'll actually generate a new one. Okay, no worries. So this is done. Okay, now if we just do this again, response. Okay, so we'll be we have actually got another kind of link, I think. Let me just show you. Okay, so it is saying to basically use the auth code. Okay, so we'll do that. Just a second. Let me just see the doc. Okay, so this is basically that part, and session.set token of auth code. Okay, this will be the response. Okay, okay. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll use actually the auth code from the link actually generated. Okay, so this is basically the auth code. Okay, we'll actually automate this process. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so we'll copy this auth code. Okay, auth underscore code is equals to this. Okay, and so next part is basically the session.set token of auth code. Okay, and generate token, everything. Okay, so our basically session, I mean this token is set, and the this also has, I mean token is also generated. Let's just check this. Okay, so access token is this. Okay, so out of this access token, what we'll do is basically set this access token actually. Okay, so to basically set this access token, yeah, this is the basically thing. Fyers model of client ID is basically the app ID again. Okay, so let's just copy this from here, the app ID, the access token. Okay, so response of we want access token. Okay, so access token. Okay, so we'll assign basically this. Okay, so access token I have assigned, and log path. Okay, so log path I want to assign this as my desktop. Okay, so home and extras and desktop and API version 2. Okay, so let's just allot this, and now let's check the Fyers dot what all can we do is, now we have got actually the access to everything. Okay, so Fyers dot get profile first of all. Okay, Fyers dot get profile. Okay, so this is my profile basically. Okay, so I'll remove this part actually. Okay, so Fyers dot get holdings or get orders. Okay, so data, what data it is asking for. Let's just check this. So or basically, just a second, Fyers dot holdings, let's just check that first of all. Okay, so since there is no holding is showing null. Okay, empty list. Okay, so let's just check the orders part now. Orders, ORD. Okay, so orders, is there anything like orders? Or let's just check the order book itself. Okay, so Fyers dot order book. Okay, so it is showing no, I mean nothing is there. Okay, the list is empty. Okay, since today is Saturday, I mean market is closed and we can't access these things. Okay, now we'll actually approach each and everything in basically an automated manner. Okay, so for that we'll also convert this into class first of all. Okay, so I'm removing, actually I'll bring this down. Okay, is there any question? Yeah. So see, the redirect URL actually can be your website also. Okay, so it will basically show you the, I mean, just basically it will redirect to that page. Okay, wherein all those basically the app, everything, I mean authentication part will appear actually, and you have to just check that point and you will move on. Okay, there is nothing to overthink that redirect URL part. Okay, so any questions till now? We'll actually be moving on to the OOP part, basically object oriented approach to approach all this login and the, I mean, OMS everything. So any questions till now, please ask. Hello, any questions till now, guys? Should I move on? Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll basically first of all assign all these I mean what all are these basically. Let's just copy this and paste it over here. Okay, so let's just assign these in terms of variables actually. Okay, so let's just first of all restart the kernel and then import these. Okay, bring this up. Okay, and the access token part, we won't do that right now, but let's just start. Okay, let's just create a Fyers class wherein our what all thing do we need. Okay, so we'll be requiring basically the uh, first of all itself. Okay, the app ID, the app secret. Okay, the basically the redirect URL, ICP underscore URL, followed by the basically credentials that I mean our account credentials basically. So user ID underscore, I mean password, in case we need. Okay, in future we might require this, underscore 2FA, followed by the basically we'll assign all these to the self part. Okay, self dot app secret, the self dot redirect URL. Okay, the self dot user ID is equal to the user ID, Okay, self dot password equal to password followed by self dot 2fa. 2fa here is my pan. Okay, so 2fa is equals to 2fa. Okay, so these are the credentials, and now we'll first of all convert all these login, I mean basically the login part, into the uh, class. Okay, we'll add that to the class. Okay, so first of all we'll generate a session URL. Okay, so out of this a URL came. Okay, so we'll basically assign that. Okay, define of basically generate or get a session URL. Okay, followed by the basically this complete part. Okay, so session, okay, is equals to access token, or basically this is actually right, session model client ID should be equal to the app ID. So self dot app ID. Okay, the next part would be okay, so secret key would be equivalent to the app secret self dot app secret. Okay, and this part would be equal to self dot redirect URL. Okay, and the this will remain the same. Okay, and let's just get the response. Okay, so response, I'll rename this to basically uh, we can do this is basically this is the URL. Okay, so we'll do this as self dot URL. Okay, and we'll do this. Okay, so see, when actually going with this class oriented, okay, so we should actually create small functions for a specific task. Okay, suppose this URL generation. Okay, for this URL generation we'll make a small function. Okay, after that to fetch the authentication basically code, we'll again create a small function. Okay, to fetch that, to basically log in into the Fyers page, we'll create a small, I mean we'll create a basically different function. Okay, so like that. So in future if any function has a problem, we can actually rectify that instead of going to read every line of code. Okay, so let's just first of all uh, get this. Okay, so let's just check this Fyers. Let's just create an object for the class Fyers. Okay, so Fyers. Okay, what, my bad. So let's just try and copy all these. Okay, or assign all these as well, the user ID, password, and 2FA. Okay, so user ID, the password, the 2FA. Okay, so what is this going to be? Okay, let me just check the first of all keys. Okay, inside this, for key in what was that, config of Fyers. Okay, so print key. Okay, okay, oh what, Okay, so we have assigned all these basically credentials again, and we'll do this part. So basically let's just copy this itself. Okay, what I have done, this should be actually, oh okay, so I have taken the OAuth to nomenclature actually. That I should follow one way. Okay, so fire, okay, see, so app ID, okay, app secret, redirect URL, everything is there. Okay, so let's just do this app secret. What is wrong with that? Oh, I might have copied this, that is why. Yeah, so our Fyers basically object is created now, and let's just Fyers.url, let's just get that. Okay, so what is wrong with this? Oh okay, so we can basically uh, get that function over here. Okay, so now we'll, what did I miss now? Access token is not defined. Where is that? In which line? So access token is part of that basically. This, okay, I should better not do this, but what is wrong? Okay, so self is basically not there. I mean, let me just check. Get session URL first of all, and access token is not defined. Okay, so we haven't initialized this basically these libraries. Okay, so now let's just check this. Okay, Fyers dot, if we just get the URL, okay, we have got that. Okay, now what will happen is we have to actually click on this link. Okay, we have to actually open this link. For that we can use Selenium. Okay, our basically Rambani Raj. Okay, so we'll import Selenium. Okay, first of all Selenium, we actually need a lot of those packages. Okay, so from Selenium import the driver is there, yeah. Okay, from Selenium dot web driver. Okay, what was that? UI, I guess. UI, what was that? First support. Okay, support.ui, yeah, support.ui import WebDriver wait. Okay, from Selenium dot WebDriver, or basically let me just copy this down from my, or basically I can write this down. Okay, or just a second. So the entirety codes I have written over there in the basically these are the Lord in automation itself. Okay, so दरवाजा बंद कर दो भाई. Okay, so all these basically we want. Okay, and the options as well. Okay, so let's just fetch the options part, and okay, so for now we'll not basically initialize this. Okay, I mean we'll not run this, we'll run this later. Okay, so first of all what we'll do is we'll get the this part. Okay, so driver is equals to, basically what is that, web driver dot chrome. Okay, with executable path equals to basically the home, my basically the chrome driver path. Okay, so it is actually located in the uh, where is that? Oh, did I remove that? No. Okay, so I can download that again. Okay, so chrome driver. Okay, so this is the link. I'll add this link into the description actually, to avoid confusion and everything. Okay. Okay, and let's just download this. Actually I'm using Ubuntu. Okay, so I'll use this Linux. Okay, you can select your own. Okay, and so desktop. Extract man. Yeah, desktop. Okay, so it has this extracted. Now, oh, where is that? Yeah. So now let's just basically do desktop and then Chrome driver. Okay, so we'll open a, basically what is wrong with this? No, it should run. Yeah. Okay, so let's just open the basically the Fyers URL. Okay, so driver dot get Fyers URL. Okay, okay, so if we can check, okay, we are actually late in opening this. Okay, we should, I mean, run this again. Oh, what is wrong with this? Looks like encountered an error, API login, or maybe I'm missing out on something. So this is fine. Oh, is it that does it require the login from before, or guys just give me a minute? Okay, and so we have got the URL. Okay, we have reached till here. Okay, so auth code is actually not generated. We are going to generate the auth code itself. So if we do this manually, what is that? Just copy this and paste it over here. Okay, so it is saying please provide valid app type. Ah, app type is not valid. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll basically I'll basically change the app ID and secret. Okay, so this is that and this is new this part and this should work. Why is it- Okay, so I'll use my older ID actually. Okay, so I'll write this. Okay, I'll do that part manually actually. I'm stopping the share actually for a minute. Okay, to how to stop this? Just a second. Screen capture. I'm just moving this. Just a second, guys. Just a second. Okay, so I'll app ID. I'll change this to my folder ID, which is this, and my this secret. Okay, my secret is basically this app secret, and I've changed this. Now let's just do this part. This should now work fine. Oh, this is still showing that same problem. Let me just share the screen again. Okay, so capture screen, where is that? Screen capture. Okay, oh, my image is gone. My photo is gone. Okay, so guys, there is some issue with this I'm facing. If this doesn't work out, then we'll try with Zerda. Okay, but our main objective is today to make the Straddle automation actually. Okay, so we'll do that. If Fyers work, it's okay. If not, we will carry that. So ah my bad, guys. I actually put comma over there and it was taking that as tuple. So my bad actually. So now we'll again actually initiate the Chrome part. Okay, Chrome driver part, everything. Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, there is one, I mean, as soon as I opened this, basically this URL, it prompted me to actually put in my Fyers ID, the password, the PAN, okay, and then click on submit. Okay, so what we'll do is we will basically approach this, I mean, we'll basically do this in the Zerodha format, okay, like we did earlier. Okay, so for that we'll actually start with first of all, let's just this we need actually, okay, or this we don't. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll we have actually got the URL, and now we'll search for the XPath. Okay, so we'll inspect this, and we'll inspect this part, and we'll wait for actually the container to appear first of all. Okay, so we'll copy this first of all element. Okay, so we'll copy this element and we'll wait. Okay, so WebDriver dot Chrome, okay, or basically, sorry, what I'm doing, man. We'll now wait for that part. Okay, so we'll now wait for this form to appear. Okay, so let's just do web driver wait of basically the driver will wait for 10 seconds max dot until expected condition dot visibility, okay, of element location. Let me just open that code again. Okay, so that will be helpful actually for me. So yeah, so this is that part. Okay, so this might be a bit boring, guys, so please bear with me for this, actually this part, login and everything part. Okay, okay, so first of all we'll wait for this we'll change this part, and we'll copy this get element and copy this element. Okay, and oh my god, yeah, it's okay. So we want this only main part, the class. Okay, class that will basically container login, or basically, okay, so the way to actually create this is basically we'll put the div, the class over here, the container, and this over here. Okay, so that is done. Okay, so actually guys, my desk is a bit small. Okay, so my hands are not actually coming inside this desk. With the two monitors, I'm actually, one is actually turned off right now, but which I will configure by tomorrow. But this is a problem for me actually right now. So yeah, so for this ID we'll inspect this again, and this is basically a placeholder with the ID as this, and we'll copy this element, and we'll use this part as the, okay, so we'll basically change this to input is there. Okay, so input, and type we'll select this as ID. Okay, and Fyers ID. Okay, so we'll assign this. Okay, dot send keys. What keys do we have to send over here is basically the this basically the user ID. Okay, so we'll send that user ID. Okay, so it is not coming. Why? Okay, over there. Okay, so if we just check and see, and we have just sent the user ID over there. We'll do this same for the password. Okay, let's just inspect this, inspect the password part. Okay, and oh sorry, is it not copied? So first of all, let's just copy this element, we'll paste this over here. Oh, something is missing, so this part is required actually. Copy element, and so okay, so input and ID is basically password. Okay, what is the key that we'll send? We'll send the password. Okay, and let's just send this. Okay, so password is also filled. Okay, now it's time to basically send the what you call pan. Okay, so we'll basically we'll copy this part, copy element with the basically we can, okay, so we can actually do this and input with name. We can give this name. Okay, name. Okay, and pan card is this. Okay, name with, or basically ID is there, so why not ID? ID is reliable. Okay, so with 2FA. Okay, so let's just send this as well. So if you can see, my pan has came over there. Okay, now I have to click on this submit part. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just try to get that submit part. Okay, so submit. Okay, so for that submit there should be something. Okay, so this is basically inside that. No, we need basically this part in the button class. Okay, so we need this part. Okay, so this is having the ID is equals to button ID. So what we can do is copy element and okay, so we can have the basically we want this part, ID is equals to button ID. So we can have this as basically, what is that, button. Okay, and ID is equals to the button ID, and ID equals to the button ID. Okay, and then click. So as we can see, this has just logged in, and we have got the authentication code in the link above in the URL. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll now fetch the URL. Okay, so let's just, okay, everything is over here actually itself. So we'll do is current URL is equals to driver dot current URL. Okay, so if we can check in the current URL, we have got the current URL as this. Okay, so guys, we'll now parse this basically URL in order to fetch only the authentication code part. Okay, so am I making sense till now? I'll again ask. Okay, so you are saying, I mean B2B is saying Rambad Ilaj, thank you. Yeah. So B2B is saying you can directly copy XPath from the browser and use it here. Okay, so that we can do, and instead of copy element, you can use copy. Okay, so what I mean, see, the reliable way is to basically extract the unique ID out of that XPath. Okay, I mean the complete element array or whatever you can say, I mean that tag. Okay, so out of that we'll fetch only the unique ID that may not change anytime soon. Okay, and we'll then basically fetch everything, I mean using that. Okay, so as we did. Okay, so guys, any questions till now? If there are, please ask again, because it might be a tough part for me to actually go back to the questions if we have moved on. So any questions till now? Any questions till now, guys? If no, please type something. Yeah, so until now it was just the login part. Okay, I have explained each and everything, I mean, to the best of my capabilities. And no, it was just the login part. Okay, I mean, I earlier showed actually the Fyers order book and everything, but currently we are having this. Okay, yeah, so guys, I'm moving. Okay, I'm moving ahead. Okay, so let's just continue with the URL part. Okay, now what we'll do is there is one library in the name of URL pass. Okay, so that is also even here actually. So let's just copy this from here. Okay, so let's just paste it over here and we're done. So what we'll do is we'll simply URL pass dot mm, just a second. Can you please show how to get the current option code in Fyers current LTP but ask? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that in a while. Just a second, guys. Just a second, guys. Uh, just a minute, guys. Okay, one message. Okay, we'll continue. Okay, just a second. So sorry guys, one thing came in my mind. Okay, so yeah, so now we'll continue with passing the URL. Okay, so let me just first of all, let's just close the URL, actually the driver. Okay, web driver. Okay, so driver dot close. Okay, so that driver has closed. Okay, so now what we'll do is basically pass the URL. Okay, so URL parse dot URL parse. Okay, so URL parse of basically the current URL. Okay, so what will happen is we have actually got the various basically these parts. Okay, the auth code and everything. Okay, so we'll assign basically variable to this. We have passed this. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll basically uh, I mean, first of all, what we have to fetch out of this, we have to get the basically the query. Okay, so out of this query everything is there. Okay, so it's equals to. Okay, so we'll do is just basically pass the dot query. Okay, and we'll further sort this or basically pass this. Okay, so URL parse dot parse qs. Okay, of this. Now we have got the authentication code part. Okay, so yeah, so this is basically the authentication code. Okay, and we'll fetch the authentication code at 0th index. Okay, so this is done. Now we'll assign an auth underscore code to this. Okay, now we have got the authentication code. Okay, now what is our next task? Okay, so we have to basically uh, we have to set the basically Fyers dot or basically is it this is working? Fyers dot what happened? Oh, we haven't created any object yet. Okay. So Fyers dot basically the set token part. Okay, so session dot set token part. Okay, so we have generated this and we'll yeah set token this. Okay, so we'll copy this again. Sorry for I mean doing this again. I mean, this is actually we are converting that into the OOP part. Okay, so we'll set the authentication code. Okay, so basically Fyers dot session. Okay, and this will not come because session is not transferable entity kind of thing. Okay, okay, set dot session. Now what is the issue? Which part? Ah, so it has not been able to get the authentication code. Now the code is visible. Okay, so we'll also apply a sleep. Okay, from time import sleep we'll do that, but we'll give this a sleep timer of 2 seconds, and we'll import the library over here from timer import sleep. Okay, oh man, fuck. Oh, sorry. Fyers. Okay, so this is basically the we'll close this driver, we'll pass the URL, we'll authentication code, we'll pass that further, we'll set the token, and response is equals to session dot generate token. Okay, so this is not possible because we have to get the files out of that, and file dot session dot basically generate token. So response, okay, so this is basically the access token. We have got the access token out of this. Now we'll set the access token and we'll insert all of this into the uh, basically the code above. Okay, so this is basically the access token. We'll assign this to a variable, and now there is one way to actually do this. So Fyers dot set token, yeah, this part. Okay, so we'll do this. Fyers model client ID is equals to client ID. Client ID is basically the app ID over here. The access token is over here. The again everything. Okay, so yeah. So now we'll basically we are getting late actually. We should just now shift this inside that class. Okay, so URL we got that earlier. Now we'll basically shift this and the user ID. Okay, so this part. Just a second, guys. Yeah, right. Okay, so sleep 2. Okay, and where was I in the class? Okay, so we'll basically assign this, or basically we can say login driver. Okay, so login underscore driver. Okay, and self. Okay, and we'll do this. Okay, what will this do is basically first of all generate the, okay, so we don't actually need the session. Okay, since this will actually send that part. Okay, we'll see. Okay, now we have got the login driver. This part is there. Now the current URL, we have to get the current URL. Okay, so what we'll do is definition of basically we have to get the current URL. Okay, so for that what we'll do is we'll get, or basically we have to get the authentication code actually. So we'll assign get auth code. Okay, self. Okay, and how we'll do this, we'll actually need driver. Okay, over here, so we'll pass driver. Okay, so what can we do is we'll first of all shift this part as well inside this. Okay, guys, this might be a bit boring. Okay, so please be please just cooperate. Okay, so the login driver part. Okay, so we'll basically return the driver out of this. Okay, now what we'll do is get the authentication code. How will we get that? We have got the current URL. We'll pass that. First of all, we'll do all these things actually. So auth code. Okay, so I'll tell you. Okay, so this just okay. So current URL is current URL driver the flows, then and then driver is here, close is past. Okay, so everything is done. Now what is the next target is to basically we'll kind of print actually this. Okay, so we can make sure our current URL is good. Okay, I mean we are receiving the authentication code. Okay, so just for checking purposes, later we can remove this. Okay, so we'll now basically we'll set token in a different function. Okay, so we'll do is definition of basically return, or basically so what do you want, set, or basically set token. Okay, so set token. Okay, so set token of basically self. Okay, we'll return the auth code from here. Okay, so what have we done till now? We have got the session, we have got this. What not to keep is basically uh, okay, we actually need this. Okay, so we'll do is self dot set basically token. Okay, and okay, so let's just check this first of all. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll first of all get session URL. Okay, the URL, what is that URL inside? Oh, basically self is there, no problem. Okay, the URL will be defined, and this will basically this will not log in into Fyers URL, this will log into self URL. Okay, since URL is already defined in here. Now what we'll do is we'll simply log in. Okay, into that GUI version. Okay, so we can switch off the GUI version from here actually. Okay, first let's just do that. And okay, so yeah, or basically we can shift this inside itself. Okay, so we can shift this inside here. Okay, and or basically let's just copy this part and replace over here. Okay, now this part is done. Session URL, login driver, the auth code. Okay, so auth code, what we'll do is the login part is done over here. The driver, it will return the driver. Okay, so we'll pass actually driver over in that. Okay, so get session URL, everything is fine, it will run that part, and out of that it will give driver. Okay, so driver will be returned from this login driver part. Okay, so login driver and basically self dot everything self. Okay, so self dot session URL, self dot basically login driver. Okay, and driver it will return. Okay, so now what next? It will then ask for the auth code in that. Okay, so I mean driver in that first of all. So we'll give that the basically driver. Okay, so we'll transfer that, and in that we'll get the current URL. Okay, the driver will close itself, the URL will be printed, the past URL will then be, I mean URL will be passed then, and the auth code will be returned. Okay, so what we are getting over here is the auth code. Okay, so auth code we are getting over here, and we'll basically get the session set token session.set token of auth code. Okay, so okay, perfect. So it will basically do that. Okay, why why this will do that? Because it has to set the session from here. Okay, okay, perfect. Now what is our next objective? Okay, the actually the token is now set. Okay, so but it doesn't feel like that. Why? We have missed a few parts. Okay, so I actually mixed up all these things. Oh, shit. So authentication code was generated. Now what happened was I just set the authentication code. Okay, now uh, I think I need a 5 minutes break. Actually, I think I'll take that in after doing this. After doing this complete login part. Okay, so yeah, so response is equals to Fyers dot to session dot generate token. ये क्या कर रहे हैं यार? Guys, I'm taking 5 minutes break. Okay, so sorry. Actually, I'm just taking 5 minutes break. My mind is not working. Let me just hydrate. We'll continue from 8:30. Okay, so time is 20:25 right now. So we'll continue from 20:30. Yeah, so CP Vargan has said how to automate this strategy in AWS server because I don't have proper connection. So you can actually, I mean, simple. If you have seen that charting video, I have kind of shown how you can basically run that code for the entirety of your lifetime actually. Okay, so you can just, I mean, you can either run a while loop, or you can use a scheduler, or there are numerous ways to actually run your code every day. Okay, so you can actually, whatever we are going to create, actually we are creating actually, so we can simply put that into a cron job, or I mean that scheduler kind of thing, and on that AWS we can run that py file or whatever. If you are running in the Jupyter notebook itself, we can also do that. There are a lot of ways, so I'll try to cover that in future videos. Yeah. So guys, we'll continue now. Okay, so I just realized, yeah, so one guy also misses, B2B also misses, that self is missing, yeah. So at sometimes you actually get very clogged in your brain, so it happens, yeah. So 47, okay, so line number 47, we have to actually simply add the self dot fires dot session, okay, or basically self dot session dot generate token, okay, and out of that response we'll extract the access token part, okay, and from that access token part we'll simply send that to or basically we'll use that to create a Fyers object, okay, which we'll further use to basically place orders, get LTP, and so on and so forth, okay. So let's just do that. Okay, so self.Fyers, and we have got this, let me just change the location to this path, okay. So this is basically the log path, okay, so we can change this, and now this should work fine. And one thing, to not do this manually, what we can do is we can simply uh, basically run this set token in here actually, instead of this, or basically use that only, okay. So we can simply run the, I mean initialize the set token itself in the beginning, okay. It will automatically do all these things, okay. So let's just run this, and let's just run this. Now this should automatically log in into the account, and it is not. So get what code is not defined, line number 45. So line number 45, get what code, okay. So self is missing over here since we did this outside the class. Now we have shifted inside. Now this should work fine. Yeah, so see guys, this has actually logged into the Fyers account successfully, okay. Now our basically login part is successfully done. I mean this code we can, this is actually the kind of, you can say, I mean a part of, I mean a low level quality you can say, okay, but better than normal what we were doing, okay. So as soon as we created this object, it actually logged in automatically, okay. Now what is our next objective with this, okay. So our next objective is to basically first of all get, I mean funds, okay. What funds we are having, the order book, the trade book, okay. What, I mean how we'll place orders, okay, the master contract. Okay, so master contract is basically a list of contracts provided by the Fyers. Okay, or I mean every broker has their own basically master contract list. Okay, so Kite has their own. Okay, Kite master contract, if we just check that master contract. Okay, so in the documentation they might have mentioned somewhere. Okay, kite dot trade actually. Okay, so Kite API documentation. I mean, so there is one actually. I cannot actually find out that right now, but there is one link. Okay, so wherein all the contracts of that day. Okay, so all the contracts would be visible. Okay, so let me show you in this Fyers API. Okay, so let's just search master. Okay, symbol master. Okay, so these are basically the symbol master, basically the contracts list. Okay, so if we just search this equity derivatives, then we can simply go to the link, or basically open link in new tab. Okay, so if we just see this, this is basically list of all the contracts that will be traded today, or basically I mean next day. Okay, so I mean this file will be made for today. Okay, I mean today morning it would be refreshed. Okay, next morning, I mean the trading day. Okay, on the trading day it would be refreshed. Okay, so we have to actually extract these basically, I mean we'll now do over this. Okay, so we'll बेसिकली निचोड़ बनाएंगे इसका. ठीक है, अभी इसका हम लोग फायर्स इसका वो उठा रहे हैं मास्टर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. ठीक है, तो अपने को 2 लिंक चाहिए. ठीक है, वी नीड 2 लिंक्स. ओके, वन इज़ द कैपिटल मार्केट्स, बेसिकली द कैश सेगमेंट. ओके, एंड द अदर वन इज़ द FO, basically the derivatives module. Okay, so derivatives market. Okay, so we'll copy this, and so we'll actually have to get the request first of all. Import requests first of all. Requests are equal to ESTS. Okay, so let's just shift this inside one. Credentials inside one. Okay, and this part. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll create the master contracts. Okay, so first of all we'll start with this NSE-CM. Okay, so we'll just simply get requests. Okay, request dot get oh sorry. Okay, so we have got the response code 200. That means everything is fine. Let's just get the response is equal to this, and response text is basically response text is basically the response dot text. Okay, so what is basically the response dot text? Okay, so let's just see. This will basically show the all the HTML content of that page. Okay, so that we were seeing graphically, I mean in the basically good manner, is now over here. Okay, so if you can see carefully, I mean in detail, there is what is happening. Yeah, so there, okay, there is this slash n. Okay, slash n, okay, everywhere slash n. That means this is separated by slash n, I mean lines are separated by slash n. Okay, So we'll do that. Okay, just a second. Let's just assign this to a variable first of all, and now response text is equals to, or basically response text dot split, okay, of slash n. Okay, yeah, okay. So this is basically one line is basically meant for one instrument. Okay, okay. So we'll assign response text, and now we'll use basically what you can say is there is a function in the name of actually map. Okay, map, we'll use that. Okay, so lambda, or basically just rename this. Okay, let's just start with basically the map, I mean, okay, so map of basically lambda of x is to x dot split. Okay, we'll now split each and every okay, so everything is separated by comma. Okay, so we'll try to separate this with commas, and then we'll assign this to a data frame. Okay, okay, let's just do that. Split, okay, with comma, और किसको करना है, what we have to do is the response text. Okay, so we'll assign this first of all to a basically list. Okay, so as you can see, this is now actually splitted into basically different instruments. Okay, I mean in an orderly manner. Okay, we'll assign this to a data frame. Okay, okay, so as you can see, this is actually now I mean this is now actually looking good. Okay, so how we'll know the headers? Okay, so what thing is what, how we'll know? Okay, so there is one line in the documentation itself. Okay, so if you can see over here somewhere, yeah, so this is basically okay, so file headers. Okay, so file token, okay, this is basically Fyers token, symbol details, exchange instrument token, everything is mentioned over here. So we'll simply copy this and we'll assign this to this. Okay, or basically let's just first of all save this. Okay, let's just save this into, we have got the master contract, so let's just save this to master underscore contract. Okay, so we have the master contract in here, and we'll save this view details. Okay, this is basically details. Oh my god, yeah, basically just get this out and let's just put this aside. Okay, so Fyers okay, now what we'll do is symbol details. Okay, so symbol details. Okay, so we'll actually use the lowercase from beginning. Okay, so if token, we can change this to only token. Okay, or basically Fyers token, whatever, full nomenclature actually. Okay, then we have the exchange instrument type. Okay, so exchange instrument type, so exchange instrument type is basically okay, minimum lot size, we can also actually copy that and replace the spaces with underscores, okay, but we can do this like this also. So take this, okay, the trading session, trading session, okay, the last updated update date, expiry date, okay, symbol ticker, okay, exchange, okay, segment, and the script code. Yeah, so we now basically set all these up, okay, okay. So guys, we have just made up the columns, okay, so we'll basically assign master contract dot columns equal to this, okay. What is the issue? Length mismatch, yeah, I have already actually, I came across this problem, okay. So there is one column number 10, I guess, that was having empty values, yeah, or the same values actually. So to check that, what we can do is we can simply do column number 10 and we can set that, okay. So set will give us the values, okay, common values, okay. So since, I mean, what I can see is this is not actually the required, I mean, part, okay. So let's just match this first of all, okay. So let's just first of all do head, okay, and now let's just match, okay. So Fyers token, okay, so token can be like this, okay. Symbol details is basically the company name, okay. Exchange instrument type can be 0, okay. I mean, there are types of instruments actually listed on their documentation. So just a second, okay. So this is basically the minimum lot size, okay. So minimum lot size for this, okay, this is reasonable, okay. And tick size is basically the tick size, where is that? Yeah, so tick size is also 0.05, okay. So ISIN, okay, possible. So trading session, possible, okay. And the basically last updated date, okay, so reasonable actually. So, or basically this should be last update, might be, I mean, day before yesterday might be possible, okay. So expiry date, okay, so expiry date is not here since this is the cash segment, okay. And then the symbol ticker, okay. So symbol ticker, okay, exchange. Okay, so there are two basically duplicate columns over here. Okay, so let's just check that as well. Master contract of 11 as well. Okay, so let's just check the set values of them. Oh shit. Okay, so 10 and none. Okay, and same for the values for the 10th column. Okay, so that means they might be duplicate. I mean, data feeding issue might be there, or some bug in their Fyers system. Okay, so we can actually eliminate this 10th or the 11th basically column. How we'll do that? We'll simply drop that. Okay, so for that, first of all, let's just master contract. Okay, master contract dot drop. Okay, for what is the column name? So column name is basically the number followed by the axis equals to 1. Okay, so basically column number, I mean axis 1 means the column wise. Okay, if axis was 0, then row wise. Okay, so this. Okay, so now 10th is dropped. Now let's just save this as well. Okay, just a second guys, someone's call. Okay, so we have got the, where were we? Okay, so we assign the master contract. Okay, oh sorry, so let's just do that part again. First of all, let's just do this, and now yeah, master contract dot head. Okay, so what can be done is, now we'll assign the column names. Okay, so as you guys can see, actually let me just do the head part. Okay, so it would be easy visible. Okay, for us. So Fyers token, symbol details, exchange instrument token. Okay, minimum lot size, so tick size, ISIN, whatever. Okay, so okay, okay. Now what we'll do is we have actually got the master contract. Okay, for this is basically only for this, what you call, cache segment. Okay, for I mean range breakout and everything we can use this. Okay, so what can we do is we can basically, let me just check it. What can we do is we can simply, first of all, create the master contract for this as well. So we'll now actually, let me just finish this actually first of all. So remove this, merge this. Okay, and remove this part. Okay, so let me just check the master contract first of all. Okay, so one last row is showing none, none, none. Okay, in future that can cause an issue, but it is not a very big thing to actually acknowledge, or basically we can remove that. Okay, so we can simply use is to basically -1. Okay, so this is removed. Okay, so last row is removed actually. Okay, so let's just do this. We'll actually save this inside the class as well, like yeah. Okay, so define master contract master contract TRACT master contract NAC underscore CM. Okay, so what will happen is we'll assign this to self, and we'll paste this inside, nothing to worry about. We'll just return this part. Okay, so we'll just return the master contract. Okay, yeah, hopefully everything is looking good. Yeah, we'll just assign and basically call this. Okay, so we'll initiate this, I mean in the beginning itself. Okay, self dot master contract of NACCM is equals to self dot basically self dot master contract NACCM of bracket. Okay, perfect. Now let's just run this, and come on, yeah. So Fyers dot master contract of NACCM. Okay, so we have got this. So now let's just move on to uh, the FNO part. Okay, so let's just paste this. Okay, the complete part might be similar. Okay, I mean will be similar actually. Okay, so let's just hopefully clear. I mean this should be same actually, master contract. Okay, so let's just check first of all that simple details. Okay, so we'll change this. Okay, so we'll do something with this. Okay, just a minute. So exchange instrument token is 40, minimum lot size is 25, that is reasonable. Bank Nifty is having 25 lot size, and the basically trading session everything is fine. Okay, segment expiry date is basically in the timestamp format. We'll change this. Okay, we'll change this to date time format. Okay, and rest everything seems fine. Okay, we'll also that this is not actually required. Okay, so let's just first of all now change this symbol details. Okay, so what we'll do with this symbol details, so what will happen is, okay, suppose we want to get by this kind of, suppose we want to get the basically call or put symbol. Okay, so we want to be searching for that at that moment. Okay, I mean we'll just directly post that basically we'll simply just send that or request for that particular symbol. Okay, or basically the strike price with that kind of option type. Okay, and it should, I mean with the instrument, okay, it should just return back the basically the this part. Okay, the symbol ticker with which we'll place the order. Okay, so what will happen is this won't function actually smoothly. So we'll basically change this to our desired manner. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll first of all we'll just fetch, I mean let's just do this. Okay, so for index comma row master contract of dot iter rows. Okay, followed by what is that okay, we'll break. Okay, so let's just check the first one. Okay, row of symbol details, or what was that, master contract symbol details. Okay, so symbol details. So what we'll do is we'll extract the year, the month, the day, the strike price, and the instrument type. Okay, that is the call and the put. Okay, so there might be two kind of data in this. Okay, so which is call, put, and the other one would be the futures one. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll simply just run for the first part. Okay, so let's just do that now. What we'll do is we'll simply let's just use regex. Okay, regex is the best thing actually. We'll find pattern and we'll shoot that. Okay, so till now everything is clear, guys, right? One doubt: fetching and analyzing real-time market data using Fyers app API is allowed to do, and API calls are free or paid. Okay, so Vishnu is asking a question wherein if the basically the market data and everything is from Fyers is free or not. Okay, as I told earlier, I mean while beginning the session, okay, that Fyers would be launching their, I mean officially launching their historical data and the basically what you call market data API, okay, for free in upcoming month. Okay, in the month of August, by month of August hopefully. So that would be free. Okay, so guys, everything is clear right now. Say yes, no, anything. Hopefully yes. I'm heading. Okay, I mean okay, so let's just continue. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll simply check pattern. Okay, so read or find all. Okay, what is the pattern we want? Okay, so we want simply the basically the year. Okay, along with the month, the basically the date and the strike price and the instrument type. Okay, so what we'll do is read or find all. Okay, we'll do our okay, and what we'll do is year. Okay, so year can be basically 21, 22, whatever. Okay, so 21, 22, 23. Okay, so we'll take 3 years for now. If any, I mean during the test, if problem comes, then we'll change. Okay, and what months can be? Okay, so months can be January, okay, February, March. I mean we have to give all of it. I mean March, April, May. Okay, so this is pipe basically, or pipe, or basically or. Okay, I mean or. Okay, so April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. Okay, so what would be the next target? Okay, so next is the date basically. So date can be either, I mean basically 01, okay, or 11, or 21, or 31 max. Okay, so we can have a basically, so 0-3. Okay, so basically 0 or 3. Okay, like this 01, okay, 11, 21, or 31. Okay, so these can be the dates. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so we'll assign that for the first basically the character, and for the second character of the date. Okay, we can have digits from 0 till 9. Okay, so this is basically, this can be actually 01 till 09. Okay, I mean 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, everything. Okay, So 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 9. Okay, and for only for 31st. Okay, so that would only be 31. Okay, so that would work fine for you. Now what we'll do is we'll simply do the strike part. Okay, so the strike part. Okay, so strike part basically can be of 5 digits. Okay, so if you have seen the data cleaning video, okay, in that I already did these things. Okay, so let's just do this. Okay, so this can be either 5 digits maximum. Okay, so basically 0 to 9 is the numbers that we can have, and of how many digits, okay, of how many characters basically. So 1 till 5. And what can we have? Okay, so we will be having decimal values as well. Okay, so for that we have to account. Okay, so we'll have decimal values like 35,200, sorry, uh, 19, something like 99.75 or something like that, whatever. Okay, so we can keep this as this and 2 digits of, or basically here itself. Okay, so this can be decimal places can be of 2 digits. Okay, so 0 to 9 of 2 digits. Okay, that's it, and let's just run this. So we have got this part only. Okay, so oh sorry, we should have the call and the put as well. Okay, so call and put. Okay, okay, so all the details have now come. Okay, so let's just first of all get this out. Okay, so let's just do this. So let's just assign details part. Okay, so details. Okay, and row of symbol details, symbol underscore details. Okay, is to basically details is equals to this part, and let's just run this. Okay, this is working fine. Now let's just assign these to the variables. This is basically the year. Okay, followed by the month, the day. Okay, the basically the strike. Okay, the option type, or basically the instrument type. Okay, so this is going to be futures as well. So instrument underscore type. Okay, so assigned. Okay, now we'll run this for all the basically cells. Okay, all the contracts. Okay, print details, followed by the, we'll also print the index. Okay, so we can rectify from there. Okay, so the index is 44. Okay, so let's just check what's the issue over there. So 44 onwards. Okay, so the thing was, it gave futures. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll simply assign, we'll simply create actually a new okay thing. Okay, so let's just do this actually, or basically this part is required. Okay, or basically we can just copy this part only. Okay, so and remove this from here. The dot find all. Okay, so year is same, the month is going to be the same, the date is going to be the same. Okay, and what is changing over here is the simply future. Okay, so let's just remove this part, and let's just put future over here. Okay, so this is it. Okay, this is what we wanted, and actually assign this over here itself. Okay, so we'll copy this part. Okay, so instrument type is strike. Okay, so strike, let's just rename this to strike price. Okay, and we don't have the strike price in this case, so we'll simply assign his strike price as none. Okay, okay, so everything is working fine. Okay, so one issue has come. Okay, in the row number, this part. Okay, so let's just check that. Okay, so it is having, okay, so 24 as the year. Okay, so we can simply put 24 as the year. Okay, so now let's just check. Okay, again one issue. Okay, so 25 year is also there. Okay, so might be possible actually multiple expiries. Okay, so this is basically the half yearly expiry for Nifty in the year 25, or basically. And now let's just check. Again 26 is there. Okay, so okay, so all of this is now sorted. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll simply assign all these values to the basically the columns. Okay, so what is the best way to actually do this is basically, first of all, remove this for loop. Okay, so for loop is going to take a lot of time that we don't want. We'll use something new today, so that is np dot basically numpy dot vectorize. Okay, so let me show you. Let's just first what we do, let's just first assign a function to this. Okay, so get instrument and strument instrument. Okay, details. Okay, followed by details. Okay, now what is going to be the return part? Okay, so first of all, what we'll do is we need the expiry date out of this. Okay, so what we can do is simply we have got the year, month, day. Okay, so we can calculate the expiry date from that. Okay, so let's just utilize that part. Okay, so we can simply, okay, let's just do this outside. Okay, so let's just print this. Okay, and what we can do is simply have we imported the datetime library? So no. Okay, so import datetime. So import datetime. Okay, so datetime dot strip time. Okay, strip time, yeah. Okay, or basically what we want, year, month and day. Okay, so we can actually combine this in plus format. Okay, so we'll get something like this and we'll use this over here. Okay, we can convert this into the percentage. Basically, first of all, the year is the only initials too. Okay, so percentage y is going to be the year, then percentage b, since this is a small month, I mean three characters. Okay, percentage b followed by percentage d, hopefully. Okay, I mean percentage b hopefully and percentage d. Okay, and this is working fine. Now let's just get the date. Okay, so this is basically the expiry date out of this. So expiry, okay, so this is the expiry date. Okay, now what we want. Okay, so we will simply return this. Okay, so return expiry date. We'll simply return the expiry date followed by the strike price. Okay, sometimes it's going to be none and sometimes it's going to be the strike price itself. Okay, then what instrument type, that is going to be the call put all future. Okay, now okay, so this is done. Now we'll assign this to the master contract column. Okay, so first of all what we'll do is we'll use np.vectorize. Okay, oh, yeah. Oh, let's just import the numpy library. Okay, import numpy as np. Okay, np.vectorize. Okay, perfect. Followed by what all things we need to do is basically, first of all what we will do is get the first of all function. Okay, so which is py function. So get instrument details. Okay, and what is that, what I mean format. Okay, first of all the O types. So I actually just let me show you the output type. Okay, so it must be specified as the string of type code character, or basically I mean we want actually output as this O types. Okay, so we'll simply type over here, okay, comma first of all, followed by O types. Okay, O types of basically O. Okay, followed by what is that we have actually I mean what are the basically the uh, argument. Okay, so master contract of basically the symbol details. Okay, so symbol details. Okay, so in this way it will return. Okay, so this is basically I mean very fast. Okay, so let's just assign this to a function first of all. I mean assign this to a basically temp column. Okay, so master contract of, let's just check this. Okay, so let's just check this now. So we have got the perfect I mean this. Okay, so we'll separate this first of all. Okay, so how we'll basically master contract of temp, okay, dot apply of lambda of x is to x of 0. Okay, so we'll get the expiry date. Okay, so we'll simply expiry date. Okay, what was the second thing? The second thing was the strike price. Okay, so we'll do that, strike price and the instrument type. That is going to be the call put or whatever future. Okay, let's just check this now. Okay, so we have got the I think I've missed something. Okay, expiry date, where is that? Oh, okay, I replaced the original with this. Okay, so sorry, what so so one reason for me for doing the expiry part is actually I don't trust this timestamp. Okay, so I trust the basically this symbol details part. Okay, so that is why I have created my own expiry, okay, date. Okay, so let's just also create this expiry date from timestamp. Let's just convert this to the basically what you call uh, date time format. Okay, so of expiry date dot to date time, whatever, what was the way. uh, what was that function, man? Timestamp pandas. Okay, okay, so two for column, okay, so stamps dot to date time, by date time. Okay, dot to by date time. Have no attribute. Okay, so I think this needs to be applied to a specific, yeah, I passed in the series. Okay, sorry, lambda of x is to x dot, no, okay, dot apply of lambda. How was that? Easy dot timestamp. Okay, let's just try this. Basically, this is the thing, man. Two date time. Why was it not showing? Let me just check again. So, master contract of expiry date. Okay, dot apply of lambda, or basically just do with one instance. Okay, so dot I log 0. Okay, dot to date time. Okay, so sorry. What did I do? Now what is wrong with this? Okay, so here is out of range. So something is wrong actually. I'm doing it the wrong way. Any ideas, guys, how to approach this? I mean, if you have ever dealt with, timestamp. I might have actually, I don't remember actually. P dot to date time. Okay, basically timestamp to date time. The best resource. Okay, so this is a timestamp. Yeah, this is the thing. This is my way. Okay. Date time dot from timestamp over dot from timestamp perfect. I think from timestamp perfect, and this should work fine now. And it is, oh sorry, this should be integer id, perfect, and out of this we want date. Okay, so okay, perfect. So we'll do this for the rest of the files. Okay, so this would be replaced by the x. Okay, and master contract of basically the expiry date basically apply lambda of x is to date time, perfect, and just run this. Okay, so okay, perfect. So now guys, let's just check the expire date with the expire date we created. Okay, so this is same actually. Okay, so but I want it for satisfaction actually. So because we are going to deploy our money on this, so we can't take a risk. Okay, so let's just remove this. Master contract is now successfully generated for this part, and now what we'll do is we'll simply sort the master contract as per the uh, expiry date. Okay, so in future what we'll do is we'll as if we basically fetch the I mean, suppose we want to fetch, I mean, I'll show you just a second. So master contract dot sort of values. Okay, so by this. Okay, and yeah, so in place is equals to true, in place is equals to true. Okay, and what else can be done? Master contract dot reset index of drop equals to true, and in place is equals to true. Okay, so let's just run this. We have got the master contract for the what do you call, the basically futures, I mean derivatives. Okay, so what we can do is, I mean, let's just check once. Okay, so we want for instrument bank nifty. Okay, so suppose script code is equal to bank nifty. Okay, so bank nifty. Okay, and master contract. Okay, so master contract of bank nifty, and suppose we want 35,000 contract. Okay, I mean 35,000 strike price contract. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll simply, okay, and we'll subset that part as well. The strike price equal to 35,000. Okay, so there is actually none. Why is that? Something have I done wrong? Have I done anything wrong? This is not the issue actually. Why am I doing this? So master contract of okay, no, yeah, possible actually. The thing is, let's just check the master contract of strike price. Okay, so is it in string? I think so actually. Let's just check the ilog of 0 card type. Okay, we'll check the type. Okay, sometimes small things can just become pain. Okay, so dot as type of int. Okay, so what is now wrong with this? Oh, float might be there, float values might be there. Now it should be working now. Yes. So we have got the 35,000 strikes value, I mean all the basically contracts. Okay, if you can I mean, see, the next expiry is on 8th of Thursday, I mean 8th of next week. Okay, so that would be Thursday. Okay, so if you'll see, the first contract we are getting over here is the the next week expiry. Okay, so automatically we don't have to actually do anything. I mean, suppose we want to fetch next week's contract. Okay, so what we'll do is simply do iLock of 0. I mean, first of all we'll select the call and put instrument type, but I mean, what I mean is we'll get the current expiry in the first row. Okay, so that is an advantage with sorting the expiry date. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll just simply assign the just a second assign basically definition of master contract NSC FO basically and self of okay. Oh, what did I do? Oh my god, shit. Yeah, code is safe. So yeah, so we'll just simply do this and we'll simply return RETURN master contract. Okay, so what will happen is we'll simply copy this and we'll simply paste this and assign this, I mean initialize this at the start only. So master contract of NACFO and okay, so this will automatically do everything. Okay, so this is one time process. Okay, as soon as it will log in, it will automatically create everything. Okay, master contracts, I mean everything, and that is my approach actually. So you can actually create master contract every time, but that won't be actually right way. Okay, so we have got the master contract as well. Okay, so master contract of, oh sorry, this is showing that Fyers dot master contract of NACCM followed by the NACFO. Okay, we have these two, I mean, okay. Now what we'll do is we have to get the instruments out of here. Okay, so suppose you were trading today. Okay, so what happened was market opened. Okay, you logged in to your basically you logged into your account. Okay, so this is the login process actually till here actually the access token generation, everything. You logged into your account. Okay, these are actually the instruments that are being traded today. Okay, the master contract in NCCM, I mean these are the contracts that are being traded today. Okay, so you are actually exposed to a lot of instruments that you can trade at this particular day. Okay, now what you'll do is you'll basically, depending upon your system, you'll get that instrument. Okay, so we'll basically make a function for getting the instrument token, I mean instrument what you call it, instrument details. Okay, for any strike or something, in a way that we can fetch the cash stocks as well and the derivatives from only one function. Okay, what I am saying is after the trade signal is generated, okay, we want a particular script to trade on. Okay, that we'll fetch from this complete master contract now. Okay, so let's just do that. Okay, so we'll basically make a function. Okay, so let's just do that. Okay, so so I'll try to do this very fast actually. Okay, because I mean I started at 7 and currently it is 9:30. Okay, you guys might have to go somewhere, So guys, am I making sense till now? Was all worth it? I mean, whatever I have just explained. Guys, just message in the chat. Thank you, CP Vardhan. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so now we are going to actually get the instrument details. Okay. Uh, yeah, obviously. I mean, I'll upload this video. Okay. So and basically this will stay on this YouTube itself on. Yeah. So I'm continuing with the process. Okay. So now uh, now what we want is, we'll first of all need the let's just do it for some. Let's just take Reliance as an example. Okay, let's just take ID. Okay, simple, short. Okay, so Fyers dot master contract of NACCM. Okay, so this. Okay, and out of this we want the symbol ticker. Okay, or basically script code basically. Okay, so we want to subset this in such a way, or basically what to say, so Fyers of script code. Okay, so equal to, suppose, IGL. Okay, and let's just subset this. Okay, yeah, so we have got the basically the, I mean, symbol ticker. Okay, so in this in Fyers. Okay, so wherever you trade, I mean, in Zerodha or in Fyers. Okay, so what we can do is, I mean, in Zerodha basically we have to trade with trading symbol. Okay, in this Fyers we have to trade with basically the symbol ticker. Okay, this is basically NSE hyphen, I mean, colon IGL hyphen equity. Okay, so in Zerodha they write basically directly the name. Okay, trading symbol. Okay, so this is basically a difference. Okay, so I mean, we can sort this. Okay, so if we are punching the trade, if we are placing the order, then we will need this symbol ticker. Okay, so let's just simply just get this. Okay, symbol details. Okay, so I log of basically 0. If we just get this, I mean, do this, we'll get that. Okay, basically, okay, symbol is equals to IGL. Okay, so this will, okay, this will work. What am I doing? Okay, definition of get instrument. Okay, or basically we can what this might, I mean, detail get instrument, we can rename actually over there. Okay, so I mean, this name should not be same. Okay, so get instrument underscore details. Okay, and cell of symbol. Okay, we'll just take the symbol. Okay, and okay, self dot master contract. Okay, so it is already initialized once. Okay, so it will automatically take that. Okay, so self dot master contract of NACCM, it will automatically fetch that, and script code and symbol and everything. Okay, so it will basically return this. Okay, so one thing we can do is we can simply take the basically what we call as the instrument type. Okay, so we can simply instrument type is equals to, we can define equity by default. Okay, so let's just do this. So let's just do Fyers dot get instrument details of, if we just do the what it is asking for, symbol is basically the reliance suppose. Okay, okay, followed by the instrument type equity. Okay, so in the argument for beginners. Okay, so this is important for beginners. Okay, so for, I mean, if you want some kind of static, I mean, value that you won't I mean necessarily change. Okay, so you want one thing to stay for all kind of requests that you are posing to this function. Okay, then you can, I mean, make this stable as equity. Okay, I mean, you can basically set a value actually. Okay, so you can actually change that value. I mean, suppose if I it will only take equity. Okay, if I just do this reliance, it will only fetch for equity. If I just do this fut, okay, it will show me an error because, I mean, I have sent a value which it doesn't, oh sorry, sorry, it won't actually, it because if, I mean, if instrument type needs to be equal, I mean, what I'm trying to say is, just a second. So see, it won't return any value because it does not have any, I mean, future kind of thing. Okay, so if we just do equity, then it will do, I mean, we can easily get return without having to write equity. Okay, for this, I what I'm trying to say is, that would become clear in the future, I mean, just next part. Okay, so don't worry. So what we'll do is, just a second, just a second, guys, and just a second, just a minute actually. Okay. I'm back, guys. Yeah, just a second. Yeah. So we'll now do this for futures and options. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll first of all get the Fyers dot what we want NSE FO contract. Okay. So yeah, out of this we'll fetch basically a call and put basically. Okay. So what we can do is simply uh, let's just fetch the first of all the strike price. Okay, of strike price equals to strike price. Okay, or basically whatever we'll stand over there. Okay, strike. Okay, followed by sorry, what I'm Fyers dot master contract. Okay, so what is strike actually? Let's just assign 35,000 to this, something to this actually. Okay, now let's just run this. Okay, so strike is there. Now what is next objective? To basically fetch the basically symbol. Okay, so symbol is basically the we can change this to bank nifty. Okay, so and symbol is basically okay, and master contract of symbol. What is there? What was there? I have missed. Shit. Let me just ladder this down a bit. Okay, so master contract of basically the script code. Okay, so script code is basically the symbol. Okay, then what else strike is there? Okay, so what one thing more is there? Okay, so that would be the what do you call instrument type basically. Okay, so instrument type we have to define it over here. So let's just paste it over here. The okay, so instrument type. Okay. So instrument type we can define it as the put. Okay, so something, anything. Okay, so strike can be defined as strike price, and this followed by strike price and master contract of basically the instrument type. Okay, equal to instrument type. Okay, so we have got all these. Okay, so if you guys can see, basically this is 35,000 put, 35,000 put, 35,000 put, 35,000 put, everything. Okay, but these are for different expiries. Okay, so we can basically set an expiry underscore offset. Okay, so expiry offset is equals to, we can by default give it 0. Okay, and out of this we can simply pull expiry offset. Okay, So it will just give us the expiry we want. Okay, 0 for the current expiry, 1 for the next expiry. Okay, so 21st July for the next expiry. Okay, 2 for the next to next expiry. Okay, so the anything wrong? Okay, let's just do this. Okay, so what is that? Okay, 22nd expiry. Okay, next should be the 29th expiry. Okay, let's just do that. Okay, so 29th expiry, and I mean similarly this is the process actually. Okay, so we can do it like this, and instead of creating other function, we can simply do this in this uh, arguments as well, or I mean itself. Okay, so symbol we have already given. Okay, instrument type, until and unless we need some pol put, it will be by default equity, no issues. Okay, sorry. So the expiry type can be uh, 0. Okay, by default expiry offset is 0. Okay, if you want I mean suppose first expiry or the second expiry, I mean next. Okay, then we can simply change that. Okay, and we can give the strike price as none. Okay, for now. Okay, we can later send this as per our wish. Okay, so strike price is none, instrument type is equals to equity. Okay, perfect, this is sent. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll change this complete scene. Okay, see, two things can happen. Okay, either it can be call, okay, or it can be put. Okay, so or put. Okay, now we'll replace the Fyers, F-I-E-R-S, Fyers to self. Okay, self. Okay, and what have I done? See, what is wrong with me? This should be master contract, this should be master contract. Perfect, it is now looking good. And now we'll just simply move this part in here. Okay, so we'll replace this part with this one. Okay, so self.master contract in a CFO. Okay, in a CFO. Perfect. We can shift this to the same line, or basically make this a bit good visually. Okay, so yeah, now what if we just get the instrument details. Okay, oh sorry, Fyers dot get instrument details. Okay, followed by the symbol can be bank nifty. Okay, so bank nifty. Okay, followed by the strike price, that is 35,000, followed by the instrument type, that can be call. Okay, suppose. Okay, then the expiry offset, by default let it remain as 0. Okay, so symbol, strike price, all these three variables we have given. Okay, we have given actually. So this is the 8th July expiry. It all, I mean it shared. Okay, so this part. Okay, so next week expiry. Okay, if we just send one over here as the expiry offset, what it will do is it will send us the next week, I mean next to next week. Okay, so 15th of expiry. Okay, so similarly for suppose if we do something IGL. Okay, let's just check the IGL code first of all. 593 something. Okay, so I think IGL share price. Okay, so it is 563. Okay, sorry, so 563. Okay, so I mean let's check the I mean, or let's just do this. I mean, let's just check the option chain. Okay, option chain NSE India, followed by, let's just stick simply for Nifty only. Okay, so 15,750 we can just get. Okay, so 15,750. Let's just put Nifty over here. Okay, Nifty with 15,750. Okay, and it has given us the next expiry. I mean next to next. Yeah, I mean next only. Okay, so currently it is giving us the current expiry. Okay, so that's it, guys. I'm now moving to the futures part. Okay, so let's just do this for futures. Okay, so instrument type is equals to futures FUT. Okay, followed by what can be there. Okay, so let's just get the master contract, and master contract of basically the symbol. Okay, basically the script code. Okay, equal to symbol. Okay, so we'll just set this to master contract. Okay, perfect. And these are all bank nifties. And what else we want? We want the futures. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll simply uh, get the instrument type. Okay, and basically the instrument type is equals to futures FUT. Okay, so as you guys can see, we have got the July as the first, the August as the second, the September as the third. Okay, so at max we can get only 3 months expiry. Okay, so we can also get the, I mean we can do ILOC of basically expiry offset. Okay, so expiry offset. Yeah, so that's it, guys. Now let's just save this as well to this part. uh, return. Okay, return of basically sell dot, or basically copy, let's just copy this, and this should be the instrument type. Okay, so instrument type and ILOC of 0. Perfect. So we can remove the upper part. Okay, so we can remove this part completely. Actually, this, I sometimes feel thankful to this Jupyter notebook. I mean, lot of work it makes easier for debugging. Fyers. Okay, so Fyers dot get instrument details. Okay, so get instrument details. Okay, so of symbol is suppose IGL. Okay, and what else we want? Strike price we don't want to give any, and let's just do this symbol. Okay, symbol equals to this, the instrument type equals to what we want is futures. Okay, so FUT, and let's just get this. So what is wrong with this? Oh, something is missing on here. So this should be NFO. Okay, so basically NSCFO. Okay, so NSCFO, and similarly here. Okay, now it should give the basically the futures contract. Okay, so this is giving us the current month contract. Okay, so if we just do expiry offset is equals to 1, so it should give us the next month expiry. Okay, so and we won't actually need for futures, I mean the next month or the next to next month, but next month can be required if we are trading on basically the last day of the expiry. Okay, so that might be possible, but next to next month expiry is not necessary. Okay, so but okay, we can actually, what is wrong in getting much? Okay, Yeah, so guys, we have just completed the I mean, we have got the symbols. Actually, we can get the symbols to trade. Okay, now the thing is, we need the prices. Okay, so first of all, let's just get the prices. Okay, so what I'm going to show is not the reliable, I mean, not the stable way for now. Okay, after 1 or 2 months it would be okay, but currently it is not the stable thing. Okay, I'll show you why. Okay, so let me just get the first of all NSCCN, and let's just check the script code. Okay, so let's just check the script code script code equal to basically bank nifty okay, so let's just do this. Okay, so we have got the index. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just get the basically code for this. Okay, Fyers dot quote. Okay, quote of basically their documentation says, where is their documentation? Yeah, so okay, so we can have the documentation over here, and let's just check the quote. So yeah. Okay, so Fyers Fyers dot quote. Okay, so this is basically required as Nifty Bank of index. Okay, so Nifty Bank of index. Okay, so if we just do this, if you guys can see this carefully, so the open price is showing as 35,120, the high price is showing as 39,545, the low price is showing as 32,907, the previous close is showing as 34,809. Okay, so this is not actually possible. Actually, I mean, if we just check this for Nifty Bank in India. Okay, so if we just check this on their website, come on, load. Yeah, so what is wrong with this? Bank Nifty Bank. Just a second. यार क्या दिखा रहे थे, कहाँ चले गए? Let me just show you. Yeah, this one, Nifty Bank. Okay, so see the open high low close values over here. Okay, see this is the close value actually, and this is basically open high low. Okay, and let's just copy this and let's just try matching with this. Okay, so it is showing basically that Bank Nifty moved somewhat 4,000 points in a day. Okay, open high low close values are not actually worth giving a dime to. Okay, I mean, for now. Okay, so once their development is completed, then we can consider this for, I mean, we can actually consider this for full development of our basically trading API and everything. Okay, for now, what's the solution? Okay, so for now we can use either live feed from any of the brokers. Okay, I mean, we can either use Zerodha, okay, Jugaad Trader, or we can use Zerodha's original API. Okay, or we can use the NSE Pi. Okay, or we can use TradingView's webhook. okay, or something like that. Okay, so there are a lot of ways to get a particular tick. Okay, so what happens is at suppose 9:20, 9:30, whatever time you want to short and straddle at, okay, whatever time you want to short a straddle, you can simply fetch the code for that, and I mean quote at that particular moment. Okay, so at that particular moment the quote should actually be reliable. Okay, so for that currently we'll use NACPy. Okay, so we'll use import. So let me just open the documentation for NACPy as well. Okay, so or let's just finish I mean let's just finish this part. Okay, I mean the fires the rest of whatever is left. Okay, then we'll go on to the basically punching the orders. Okay, so it's already 10 guys. If you want, we can continue this with this tomorrow 7 a.m. if you guys say. I mean you guys can, I mean it completely depends upon you. If you guys just drop in message what you want, because it might take up to next 1-2 hours. So V2B, your I already got your code. Okay, so guys, what do you want? It depends upon you. Do I continue, or do I continue tomorrow morning at 7? Guys, come on, more 11 viewers are there. I want all of your basically at least 70%. I mean 7 responses. So guys, I am continuing then. Okay, I am continuing. Okay, so let's just import the let's just first of all make this complete order book and everything. Okay, so we have got the instrument details. Okay, now after punching the order, we might be requiring to basically check if the order is filled or not. Okay, or we might be requiring to check for the order book. Okay, so how we'll do that? Okay, so let's just open the documentation first, and let's just fetch order. Okay, so orders. Okay, so no, not WebSocket. Let's just just 1 minute, guys. So this is showing example request. Okay, so transaction info. Okay, so out of this we want Fyers.order. If we just do that, our first of all code should be equal to 200. Okay, that is true. Okay, if that is true, then we should actually get the order book element out of this. Okay, so currently order book is blank. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just definition of basically get order, or basically get order book. Okay, so get order book. Okay, simple cell. Okay, and what will this do? Okay, so order book is equals to cell dot Fyers dot order book. Okay, followed by these braces, and now what it will do is check check if order book का code is successful or not. Okay, is it coming 200 or not? Okay, if is it, I mean it is so, then it will basically share with us the order book का order book. Okay, order book. Okay, now yeah, and this is one thing. Okay, so also what we can do is simply, I mean send, or basically this is fine. Okay, so this is working fine. So this, in this way we'll get the order book. Okay, for the trade book. Okay, so same way. Okay, so let's just get trade book. Okay, of cell. Okay, of Fyers dot trade book. Okay, and if order book of basically trade book, basically of code is equals to 200, followed by a return of basically trade book of trade book. Okay, so this will basically be shared by the this part. Okay, so what else do we need? Okay, so order book is done. Suppose we want basically an open position. Okay, or open positions actually. Okay, so we want to check for open positions. Okay, so this will get us the open positions. Okay, Fyers dot positions. So let's just do that. So just a second, guys. So positions is equal to Fyers dot positions, and what we want is, suppose we want net positions. Okay, so we'll make a function for net positions. Okay, so or one thing I just forgot to do is else print error fetching order book. Okay. Get net positions, net positions, okay, is equals to Fyers dot net positions. Okay, and similar way we'll check. These are small things. Okay, net positions of what it will check is code is equals to 200, perfect, and should return net positions of net positions, perfect. Error by fetching net positions, perfect. Definition of what else we want. Okay, we want to punch trades now. Okay, so for that we'll first of all check the basically the process. Okay, so orders, yeah, so product type is everything is mentioned over here. So cover, yeah, this. So this is, we won't be doing for cover order, bracket order. Okay, so we would be going for this one, product type. So okay, so limit order, market order, stop market. Okay, everything is there. Okay, so let's just start. Okay, so let's just check the method, okay, by which our order placement would be done. Okay, so order placement. Okay, so first of all, single order. So we have to create a dictionary, okay, for basically punching the order, and then we have to send that dictionary to punch order, to basically place order. Okay, so we'll copy this and we'll modify as per our need. Okay, so first of all, symbol. Okay, so symbol is basically the instrument token, symbol detail that we'll send. Okay, so symbol, it's upon us. Okay, it's on us, symbol. Okay, now what about quantity? Okay, so quantity can be, suppose we want to sell. Okay, so it can be -1 as well. Okay, but system won't take -1, so it should be absolute of quantity. Okay, the type. Okay, so type for different types of orders is basically different. Okay, so type for limit order is 1, market order is 2, 3 for stop market, and stop loss order market. Okay, and 4th is for stop order limit. Okay, so what we can do is we can simply check if the order type is or we can simply assign. Let's just do that first of all. If let us order type yeah, so order type. Okay, So order type equals to so order type equals to market. Okay, so suppose it just for instance, okay, let's just take this. If order type, okay, equal to market, or basically start by limit, okay. Hmm. Okay, so if order type is equal to limit, then what it will do is it will automatically do it as, or what am I doing, just give me a minute. Okay, so if order type is equals to market, okay, so why this? First of all, I've actually missed this something. Okay, so type is equals to, acha, type will be determined by that. Okay, so we determine the type. Okay, so side is basically 1 or minus 1. Okay, so side is basically 1 or minus 1. Okay, so everything is written in the documentation, guys. If you guys sometime lose your path, or I mean forget your path, just check documentation. Okay, so we'll save this type as, okay, so yeah, so just remove this downside. Okay, so if order type is equals to market, okay, first of all, okay, or limit basically, then type is equal to 1. Okay, else if order type equal to market, type is equals to 2, else if order type equal to, basically what we can say is stop loss market, SLM. Okay, so we'll just simply actually remove this and remove this, SLL कर देंगे उसको, SLM कर देंगे उसको, फिर okay, and order type is equals to SLL. Okay, followed by the SL, I mean this type. Okay, and one more thing. So we have to decide the, basically the I think I have actually, yeah, so I should not, this is actually required. Okay, so a lot of things are required actually in this. Okay, so stop loss price, limit price, and everything. So this will actually come at last. So let's just remove that and let's just bring this over here. This again might be disconnecting, guys. If you guys feel any query, just ask. Okay, so yeah, so Raja is saying the strategy can be created in separate Python file and can be accessed through OOPS. Yes, possible. How to target price? What do you mean by that? Be specific. I mean, how to target price is what do you mean by how to target? Limit price, or what kind of thing you are asking? Vishnu K. Entry price to target price. Okay, so that is basically the, I mean, during the trade process. Okay, So you can actually use this place order mechanism or basically function to actually send the target price. Okay, so let's just continue. Okay, now mm, let's just bring this upside. Okay, so limit price and stop price would be changing again and again. Okay, limit price, stop price, limit price, stop price, limit price, stop price. Okay, so we'll change this. Okay, so we'll basically take limit price and the stop price as basically variables. Okay, let's just do that. Limit price basically stop price. Okay, we'll take these two as variables. Okay, and one more thing is there, how to target an RMN and basically intraday and positional. Okay, so this is there. So product type. Okay, so we'll need this as well. Okay, so okay, so in here it is saying in product type. Okay, so we can simply change this. We can use this as variable. Okay, so product type, product underscore type is equals to what can be the product type. So product type can be either CNC, okay, or hashtag intraday. Okay, intraday or margin, or basically we don't use that generally. Okay, so let's just keep these two only. Okay, CNC and intraday. Okay, now limit market SLM and SLL we have assigned the types. Okay, now it's time to basically we have actually assigned the limit price as well, the product type as well. Okay, so limit price as well, limit along with stop price as well with the product type. Okay, oh, did I not run that? Okay, now it should work. The product type. Okay, now the type equal to 1, so type should not be decided as default, that should be on us actually. So type should be type and side should be basically the, you can say, trade type. Okay, so we'll do this basically as buy sell format. Okay, to not to basically confuse ourselves with one or what is -1. Okay, that is a not a good idea actually. So trade type equal to buy. Okay, suppose. Okay, so trade type we have entered here. The validity should be day itself, and the quantity we have already taken. Quantity should be assigned over here. All these arguments will actually take inside the function. That is why I am being so actually choosy or specific to this. Okay, so limit price, stop price was done, product type was done, quantity is now done, trade type is buy. Okay, so trade type. Okay, so as per the trade type the side will be selected. Okay, so this is actually wrong. Okay, so यहाँ पे side होना चाहिए, and upon that the so based on that. Okay, so if trade type equal to buy will basically if trade type is equal to buy, then side is equals to basically 1. Okay, LF trade type equal to sell, then our side would be -1. Okay, and order type is equals to market limit order type. Let's just remove this. Our task is done with that. And stop price should be 0. Okay, so let's just now do this. Okay, so if limit price. Okay, so let's just assign this now. So this is limit price and stop is a mandatory input. Okay, so just do this. Limit price is a mandatory input and the stop price should not be higher than that. Okay, this is all the required part. Okay, so stop price should be 0. Okay, so stop price, let's just bring that, and oh sorry, let us keep that over there, and stop price should be not be 0. Limit price is is 0, and limit price is a mandatory input. So for that, actually we won't be assigning anything to this. Okay, so we'll just simply type limit, that's it. Limit price is actually required. Okay, so we'll not take anything from now. So, and market. Okay, so limit price should be 0 and stop price should be 0. Okay, so for this scenario, what we'll do is we'll simply copy that part. We'll simply use this over here, and limit price should be 0 followed by the stop price is a mandatory input. Okay, so we won't be taking then stop price as input. Okay, whatever we have to input, we won't be defining it over here. Okay, so limit price is a mandatory input. Okay, perfect. We won't be taking that. The stop price field is also mandatory. We won't be taking that as well. And then we have to actually set this trade type. Okay, so we can actually do this at last. Okay, so if side is entered, and we can simply do that. Yeah, we can actually. So now what will happen is it will automatically first of all select the type of trade. Intraday whether it is market, limit, whatever. Okay, then it will select buy, sell, whatever it has to. Now it should send in this. Okay, so we can't actually check this in right now, but as per my experience this should work fine. So we'll check this on Monday. Okay, so trade type equal to buy, and what else? Let's just convert this into function now. Buy, sell we have done, limit order is done. This is now, let's just remove this. Okay, so let's just intraday CNC and intraday. Okay, disclose quantity, order, stop loss, everything is taken. Okay, so for that so just 1 second, I have one doubt whether for this stop loss limit order will it take the loss limit. Okay, so possible values is okay. So first of all we have to, we already assigned this. Okay, so 1 2 3 4. Okay, now order status we'll check that later. For now, position size 1 or 2 or 0 for close position. Okay, no issues. And basically okay, so let's just continue with this. We'll see. Okay, we'll modify this as per our needs. Okay, so let's just do a place order. Okay, place underscore order, and followed by what else can we see? Just a second, guys, let me do some formatting. Okay, so by default let's just take these two values as 0 until and unless any value is passed by the user. Okay, so limit price, stop price. Okay, so product type, let's just keep this as intraday. Okay, by default. Okay, intraday, or we can also write a doc string for this. Okay, so in case in future if we have to actually access that should, I like this. Yeah, so see, first of all, product type. Okay, so product type, can be, guys, product type can be CNC or intraday. Okay, INTRADAY, perfect. Okay, or limit price. Okay, all those criteria should come now into this. Basically, let's go to order types, order placement, yeah, everything. This should now come into play. We should copy this, and we should okay, so we can actually have this as our documentation part, doc string part. For reference purposes, while creating our algo, we can use this. The stop price should not be higher than LTP. This can be removed. This is understood. So perfect. So we'll put this as here. In here. So okay, limit order. Okay, so limit underscore order. Okay, stop price should be 0. Okay, stop price is equals to 0. Okay, and limit price, so price is equals to 0, and limit underscore price is a input. Input, or basically for our understanding we can write kind of this input, INPUT. Okay, small and concise. Okay, so okay, and market order, market underscore order. Okay, market order should be 0. Limit order, limit price should be 0. Okay, followed by the stop price is, this type stop price should also be 0. Okay, करेगा क्या बंदा, देखेंगे हम इसको, ठीक है। Stop loss order, okay, so stop loss order, yeah, perfect, market order should be 0, yeah, okay, so perfect, no issues. Now stop order, okay, so stop order market, stop order market, RKT, okay, stop order market is to basically what is this, limit price should be 0, and the stop price is a mandatory input, okay, so we'll put this as input. Guys, this doc string is also important, okay, this might be not looking as much useful, but it is saving a lot of time. I mean, we are investing this time, you can say. If tomorrow we will make this, I mean, we'll make any kind of basically what you say, any kind of algo with this, or any kind of basically system with this, then we won't have to actually go through the documentation again. Okay, limit price is a mandatory input, okay, so we'll press this input, and stop price is also a mandatory input, okay, so stop price is also a mandatory input, INPUT, okay, so stop underscore price, perfect, okay, so this part is done. Now what we'll do is we'll fatafat initialize all these things, okay, so limit price was 0, stop price 0, okay, and okay, so what we'll do is product type we have initialized this to intraday, okay. Now what we'll do is we'll do quantity, okay, quantity, and then trade type, which was this, okay, or basically this, okay, this part is now done, okay, CNC intraday all done, okay. Now this is done, okay, and okay, so symbol actually won't be symbol over here, so it would be the symbol ticker actually, so symbol ticker we should take actually, or basically ticker or whatever, I mean we can send in, or basically let's just take the, I mean standard, okay, that is from the market, I mean master contract, so that was symbol ticker, okay, so let's just take that as default, okay, and sell, okay. Now what is required, okay, so let's just put this down, okay, so a bit lengthy guys, but worth it, saving a lot of pain that can be avoided in future. So all these product type, this is done. What else is left? What else is left? Order type is left, okay, so order type will take by default market, okay, so order type will by default take it as market, okay. Stock price is also done. Now let's just check what is left. Just a second, guys. If you just are able to get a example of any kind of symbol or order punched over here. Yeah, so this is one. Okay, so let's just fetch this part. Okay, and let's just assign this over here. Okay, so symbol, basically symbol ticker अपने पास यहाँ पे हो गया, and equals to this part. Okay, symbol ticker is basically the M6 along with the this part. Okay, the quantity will define. Okay, so okay, now what is left in the doc string? Product type is done. Okay, symbol ticker is done, and what else? Trade type. Trade underscore type equals to, basically what is the trade type? This can be either buy or sell. Okay, also if suppose we give in lowercase character, then what will happen? It will show an error. So why to keep that in tension? Okay, just assign this upper from here itself. Okay, so all this is done. Now quantity, I forgot to write quantity equal to suppose 10,000, whatever. Okay, so everything is done now, I think. Yeah, mota it is done. Now what we'll do is we'll place order. Okay, self dot Fyers dot place order of data. Okay, so data is this. Okay, data we have just created. Okay, so let's just keep this indentation properly. Okay, yeah, so now it is looking good, and a little bit lengthy, and we can actually do this to eliminate our lengthiness. Okay, okay, so a bit now compact. Now we have to place the order. Okay, so if we'll place the order, a kind of this kind of thing will return. Okay, that means that order is placed. Okay, so I mean this we need, actually the order ID we need. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll first of all assign order, I mean order ID to this. Okay, and out of this we'll simply, I mean out of this function we'll return the order ID, return order underscore ID. Okay, now yeah, hopefully this is yeah, this part is done. Okay, so now it's time for the, I mean let me just show you what happened inside this. Okay, so let me just show you first of all. So Fyers dot place order of basically the symbol ticker. Okay, so what was that? So whatever doc string, I mean whatever this text I was typing. Okay, so it is now helpful. Okay, so let's just see Fyers dot place order. If we just do shift tab, then we have the doc string that we just made over, I mean in that function. Okay, so suppose we want mcx dot silver, this we want to trade. Okay, so we have just enter, oh sorry, so mcx of silver futures, okay, followed by, in which we have to actually punch this trade type is basically the buy, suppose. Okay, the quantity can be one lot. Okay, this is basically in lot terms. Okay, and rest we don't want to actually input. Okay, product type is intraday, order type is market, limit price is none, I mean 0, and stop price is 0. Okay, so this is done actually. So if we'll do this will place an order in our account. Okay, so it is showing minus 300. Orders are not allowed for this symbol. Okay, I mean let's just do 1 November. Okay, system is not connected to M6 market. Okay, so what can be done now? I mean 1 second. First of all, if you guys noticed, what I did is I just understood this part. Okay, I just took notice of this part. Okay, and assigned an order ID. I mean from this to this, basically place order function. Okay, what happened is, whenever this what is this, basically this places an order. I mean whenever an order is placed, it returns some kind of JSON value, basically this format, basically a kind of dictionary you can say. Okay, we can simply return that. Okay, and we can analyze if our order is punched or not. Okay, or whatever message we can see, and out of that we can extract the ID. Okay, ID is going to be the unique thing for our basically trade. Okay, for every order actually. Okay, so that is an essential component. Okay, now what are we going to do? We are going to place an stop loss order. Okay, do you guys want me to still continue, or let's just do it tomorrow morning? Guys, please reply. I mean, please just do something in the chat box. Actually, I haven't had dinner actually, so I was just running on some snack. Sorry. If it is okay, then we can continue this tomorrow morning at 7. Or let's just, I mean, if we talk about just the OMS part, then the I think this stop loss part is left. Okay, along with the close position, the cancel order, that, I mean 3-4 things are left. I'll try to finish this by 11:15. Okay, and then I mean just 15-20 minutes last. Okay, so let's just do it. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll place the stop loss order. Okay, so suppose an entry is made. I mean, I'm considering this stop loss only for those kind of positions wherein we have short in the orders, and we now, I mean the basically order is triggered. I mean we are in the trade, and we immediately want to set the stop loss. Okay, I'm considering that type of scenario. Okay, for that I'm creating the stop loss. Okay, I mean just that. Okay, so what we'll do is uh, everything is revolving around this order ID. Okay, so everything, I mean, everything will revolve around this order ID. Okay, so let me show you how. So definition of stop loss order. Okay, so first of all, let's just create a stop loss underscore order. Order. Okay, followed by cell. Okay, what would be required is order ID, and what else should be required? Stop loss. Okay, so stop loss, either we can send it manually or we can send it percentage wise. Okay, so what, suppose, I mean, currently we'll take this for straddle. Okay, so we'll take stop loss percentage something. Okay, so suppose 20%, 30%, anything. So guys, one thing. Okay, one important thing to keep in notice is, see, everyone is going after the straddle shorting thing. Okay, that doesn't mean you should also go for that. Okay, I mean, if you have backtested that strategy and you have studied that backtest thoroughly, okay, then only you should approach for that strategy in your live deployment. Okay, else you should not consider that. Reason being, you won't be having the basically what you call, I mean, power to digest that loss kind of scene, or basically the volatility that would come along with that I mean system. Okay, so one question is there, if we have executed an order, then we want to monitor for a stop loss using ticker data. Yeah, so see, there are two scenarios. Okay, either you can use the WebSocket, I mean, that is basically the tick data. So either you can use that, okay, to monitor for stop loss, or you can simply send the stop loss limit order, okay, or stop loss market order into the exchange. Okay, there are all these scenarios. Okay, now let's just continue. So stop loss percentage, PRCEN percentage. Okay, so stop loss percentage. Okay, then order, basically order type. Order type will define as, basically earlier we had 3. Okay, the stop loss market. Okay, that will remain the same. Okay, and that's it. I mean, just continue first of all. So let's just first of all get the order ID, I mean use the order ID first of all. Okay, so let's just first of all, we have the order book. Okay, we'll get the order book first of all. Okay, so we have the name. So for order, sorry, for order in self dot get order book. Okay, and if the current order, okay, every order that is placed is returned with some kind of ID. Okay, and we'll check this later. Okay, I mean in the live market itself. Okay, but as far as I have experience, my experience says this will be something like this. Okay, so if order ID is equal to order ID, I mean basically order ID of order ID. So this is the order ID we'll send to place stop loss order. Okay, and this is the order ID that is coming out of order book. So okay, it will check if the order ID that has just been traded, is it there in the order book first of all. Okay, if it is so, then okay, so let's just check for confirmation first of all. What confirms? Okay, so message comes as trade confirm. Okay, so order book sends this kind of data. Okay, so let's just copy that and let's just do it over here. Okay, so trade confirm. Okay, so if okay, order of basically message. Okay, we actually need this part complete. If order of message equal to, oh my god, what did I just do? Oh, yeah, क्या कर दिया? Okay, so if order of message order of message equals to trade confirm. Okay, so that means the quantity is traded. Okay, then we can actually check out the traded price first of all. Okay, the traded price. Okay, so we can make a value of traded price. Okay, so we want actually the traded price to calculate the stop loss upon. Okay, so suppose the traded price was somewhat 100.10. Okay, so we want to calculate the stop loss of 20% on that. So that would be somewhere around 120 point something point 2 basically. Okay, so we need to calculate that. Okay, first of all we'll check for the traded price and along with how much quantity that order was filled with. Okay, so let's just do it. Okay, so how to get this? So order of basically the traded price. Okay, followed by the filled quantity. Filled quantity. Filled quantity is equals to order of where is that? Filled quantity would be somewhere here. I just saw. Where is that? कहाँ गया भाई? Let's just check. Filled quantity. I just saw a while ago. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so order of filled quantity. Okay, so filled quantity. Now on what symbol did we just place the order? Okay, I mean that the order was placed. Okay, so let's just check that. Okay, so ticker as in the order of basically the symbol. Okay, so R from B. Okay, and followed by the basically the product type should be there na, buy, sell, whatever, CNC, MIS. Okay, so this will basically give us the filled quantity. Okay, so filled quantity for negative, what would that be? So side is 1, side is 1. Okay, so side we need. Okay, so we'll be requiring the side as well. Okay, but side, yeah. So first of all, I mean, let's just do the side. Okay, side is equals to the order of side. Okay, followed by what else is required? Ticker and product type. Okay, the product type is equals to, what is that? The product. Okay, so basically the intraday or the basically MIS, order of basically the product type. Okay, now we have got all these details from the order. Okay, now what we have to do is we have to simply place the stop loss order. Okay, so we'll come outside the order book, and if basically suppose our basically the side is basically decided. Okay, so what we'll do is, if our side is equal to 1, if our side is basically -1, okay, then I mean first we'll short, right? So what will happen is we'll decide the stop loss side. Okay, so stop loss side would be 1. Okay, so if we are short, basically stop this side means the traded side is basically the short on the short side, and the stop loss side is equals to 1. That means we are going to place the opposite, I mean what you call, if we were on the short side, then we'll place the stop loss for the long. Okay, and if this is the condition, then we need to calculate the stop loss price actually, or not, basically the stop loss price. Okay, so stop loss price. Okay, so stop loss price, what would that be? Okay, so that would be our traded price first of all. Okay, plus stop loss percentage, simple. Okay, or basically we are basically, yeah, stop loss percentage, that's fine. So what would be the stop loss percentage into basically the stop loss percentage? Okay, so if stop loss percentage is 20, okay, then we'll divide that by 100. Okay, followed by the multiplication of the traded price, and we'll add on to that. Okay, and that's it. And similarly, what one problem actually can appear is like the scene can be actually that if the, I mean this would actually not round up to basically the nearest of 5, I mean nearest of the basically the base, I mean that would be different for everything. I mean suppose, I mean we should basically, if we want to make this scalable, then we should, or basically where did I mean, man, sorry, where is that? Okay, so place order, stop loss order, yeah. So what I can do is, we can basically define base as 0.5. Okay, I mean 0.05. Okay, so what will happen is this will round off to the nearest of 0.05. Okay, or suppose we are trading, suppose for tomorrow we are making some algo for crude. Okay, then we can send this base as 1. Okay, or silver as 1. Okay, suppose, I mean like that. So for if we have actually we are actually long, if suppose we are long, then we should be short on the stop loss, followed by our stop loss should be below our traded price. Okay, so this is the scene. Okay, now whatever the stop loss price is, okay, so we'll basically round that off. Okay, so there is one actually round of one website, Kite, actually Kite, basically Kite, what you call, Kite coding website is there. Okay, round off to nearest of 5. So that guy has written a simplest code for rounding off to 5. Okay, nearest to 5. Okay, 5. This basically Kite Python. Let me just check. Where is that? Yeah, I think this one is that. No, round number. Uh, yeah, I think this one is that. Yeah. So this is the one. Okay, simplest code. Okay, so we'll use this, and okay. So base would still remain the same. Okay, followed by a round of a number is basically the stop loss price, and base. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll simply uh, basically round this off to, first of all, nearest of basically stop loss price. Now one more thing came to my mind. If this comes in kind of 6-7 digits, then what we'll do, I think this should round that off. Let's just try that. Okay, let's just try that. Suppose 19 point. Okay, this is there. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll divide this by 0.05. Okay, and round this off, round this off. Okay, and we'll multiply by 5. Okay. Oh, okay, so this problem will still be there. So we'll round this off to, first of all, 2 position. Okay, so we'll round this off to, first of all, 2 position. ROUND, round off stop loss price to second 2 digits. Okay, now first of all, let's just check same for this. What will happen? These small things, I mean, can become a pain in the ass, actually, very severe. I mean, you might not consider this, but very painful things this can become. So let's just do this separately, and then A, and then A by. Okay, so I think I need to round this off after that. Okay, so let's just do that. Okay, so let's just do it round comma 2. Okay, so 45. Okay, so let's round this off to 45. Oh, sorry, 2 digits. Okay. Okay, so stop loss price. Okay, so this is, I think, now done, and let's just place the stop loss order itself. Okay, so we can either call that function, or we can, I mean, let's just go for manual for this entry. Okay, there is no issue with that. Okay, so we can have over here as ticker. Okay, so ticker, where is that ticker? Yeah, ticker is over here, ticker, and paste the quantity. Yeah, quantity should be filled quantity. Okay, quantity should be filled quantity of absolute value. Okay, type, what is type? So type can be basically the order type. Okay, so basically, where is that order type? Type was basically type 3. Okay, if you guys remember. So this is yeah, already fine here, man. What is wrong with me? So order type. Okay, so type is basically the order type. Okay, 3. Okay, so I mean, this is actually confusing. Let's just remove this. Okay, so type is equals to 3. Let me write also this down. Okay, so type equal to 3 means stop loss order. Stop loss order market. Basically, stop loss market order. I mean, just understand. Okay, so type. then side. So stop loss side, hmm. The product type, and product type, what can be the product type? Okay, so product type we already have it here. The stop loss price we should have it over here. Basically limit price, what will you do with the limit price? Earlier it was 0, I guess. Let's just check over here. So for this stop loss market order, limit price should be 0 and input price should be stop price. So let's just do that, and stop price is equals to this, limit price is this. Everything is now done till here, and validity is till day. This close quantity is 0, false, order type false, everything is false, take profit 0. All this is done. Now let's just simply place the order. Okay, so stop loss basically order ID. Okay, I mean, just you can also give the name order ID. Okay, no issues, just for self understanding you can say. So, dot Fyers, okay, dot place order of okay. Now we'll return the stop loss order ID. Guys, it's 11:70. Just 3 functions left. Okay, I mean 2 functions left. One is over. Okay, already over. Now we'll do the basically cancel order. Okay, so cancel order. This once this OMS part is done, na, that would become a lot easier for us to actually head onto our main target. Okay, so cancel orders. Okay, so cancel order, simple cancel order can be done as then this way. So simple cancel order. Okay, so for this cancel order, okay, cancel order, or basically cell, what is required? Order ID is required. Okay, order ID will send inside, and we data is equals to ID is to order ID, okay, and self.Fyers dot cancel order. Okay, self.Fyers dot cancel order of basically यही चला जाएगा अंदर. So why can't we just keep this? This is one line thing, man. Why to decrease the, take time. Okay, so this will basically cancel order by order ID. So cancel order by ID, order ID basically. Okay, so whatever we want to cancel, we can do this. Okay, and suppose if we want to do this for, or basically cancel all orders. If suppose we want to, suppose none of our stop losses were hit, okay, and our time limit was reached, then what we'll do is we'll cancel all orders. Okay, then what will happen is we don't need the basically the order ID. Okay, we'll simply run a loop. Okay, run a loop over the order IDs actually. Okay, so let's just do that. Cancel order, cancel all orders. Okay, all orders, ORDERS. Okay, now what will happen is, for basically, first of all, let's just scan for the order IDs that are actually not basically hit. Okay, or basically this might need basically our this might actually need so I might need to see the live actually deployment for this. Okay, is there any, let me just check first of all, have they provided cancel all, cancel all, yeah, cancel multi orders is there. Okay, already is, it's there. So cancel multi orders, but I want to cancel all orders that are there. Let's just try, if it will work then. I mean, let's just continue with the closed positions. Okay, we'll consider this later. Okay, if I'll see through that. Okay, if I'm able to, then I'll update this. Okay, and we'll upload the same into the GitHub. Okay, and let's just do the close basically close position. Okay, suppose we are in a position and we want to close that position. Okay, suppose, so close the position. Okay, basically close position of what is that required. Okay, so position close. Okay, so exit position. Okay, so exit position. So we just simply need close position by symbol. Okay, so data. Okay, so data is equals to what happened. Okay, so what will happen is, suppose we want to basically we want just symbol. Basically we don't want anything, everything. I mean, we can do this like above. Okay, so I mean symbol ticker basically over here. So symbol underscore ticker. Okay, okay, so perfect. And let's just remove this part, cut this part, and symbol of symbol ticker or everything. Okay, now what will happen is it will send. Okay, now one more thing is left. Okay, so which is close all orders. Okay, suppose close all open positions basically. So let's just do that. Close all open positions. Okay, so save dot close all open positions. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll simply open, I mean we'll simply check if what all symbols are having the net quantity. Okay, I mean what all positions do we have. Okay, so first of all get the, I mean whatever positions exist, first of all let's just check. Okay, so instead of going through order book and checking that, is there any functions to get positions? Is there any function? Convert position? No. Convert position. Positions, yeah. Fyers or positions, yeah. Okay, so this will help us. So what can we do is, okay, I think we already did this thing, right? No. Did we? Yeah, get net positions is already there. So what we can do is simply okay, or basically remove this dog string. Okay, or basically close all positions using the net positions function. Okay, what we'll do now is we'll create first of all an open position list. Okay. Oh shit. What I'm doing, man. Control Shift C. Okay, so let's just do this, and what we'll do is we'll scan through the positions. Okay, so for position in cell dot get net position. Okay, we'll go through each and every position and check. Okay, so let's just check how to check the quantity. Okay, so there is one net quantity as this and the quantity as this. Okay, so what we can do is we can simply get the net quantity. Okay, so check if, guys, I have to actually make sure, I mean whatever I'm typing, I'm just taking the support of the documentation. I need the real market scenario. Okay, so this is just the code. I need to check this first of all again and again, at least for 1-2 days. Okay, so then position of net quantity, okay, wherever it is greater than 0, okay, net quantity is greater than 0, okay, then, or basically net quantity can also be -1, can't it be? So net quantity, let's just check net quantity. Net quantity is but okay, so net quantity is 1 can be there and side can be -1. Okay, so that is possible. So what is, okay, so if net quantity is greater than 0, what we'll do is we'll add, basically add that to the open positions. I mean basically position of basically the symbol. Okay, and we'll send that. Okay, so send that. Okay, perfect symbol. Okay, now what we'll do is, I don't know, once we have got the position, then we'll follow the same approach as we did earlier. Okay, we'll close each and every ticker. Okay, so what we'll do is we have got all the open positions here. Now what we'll do is we'll scan over all these positions. Okay, for position in open position, in open positions, basically let's just do this, open positions dot append, yeah, in open positions, and what I'm doing, I need to sleep actually. This is list. Okay, so what I'll do is cell dot, we'll just simply fetch that function. Okay, this function, okay, with the symbol ticker. Okay, self dot close position, and we'll simply send the position, or basically the symbol, symbol ticker. Okay, okay, we'll simply send the symbol ticker. Okay, so this should actually close all the open positions, and I think I haven't made any kind of mistake this time. So guys, that's basically the complete OMS. Okay, we have done the complete OMS part. Now, okay, so tomorrow, what happened to you guys? Hello, if we have executed an order, then you want what as a take is okay. So guys, now let's just continue tomorrow only. Okay, so this OMS part is actually fully completed. Okay, and we'll continue from the basically placing orders from tomorrow. Okay, so shall I upload this, basically the uh, what do you call, notebook? I'm uploading actually. Okay, so we'll change the, okay, so let me just actually remove this part. Yeah, so hmm yeah, guys, send something in your, in the chat box. I'm finishing, I mean, I'm just uploading the code. Okay,